the Commission on the Anthropology of Risk and Disaster could not make it here. So we'll just have more time for discussion. I had prepared a progression of papers across our two sessions. We'll be running from now until 11 o'clock, and then there's no break schedule, but we will take a break, whether or not there's coffee and tea. We'll go on till 12:30. Is either of you a participant in the panel, or just audience? Just audience. Okay, welcome. Thank you for coming. So let's start with the first paper. We'll give approximately 20 minutes to the speaker. We'll go through the first three papers, be about an hour, and then we'll have close to a half hour for discussion. The first paper will be In the Midst of Climate Change, Disasters, Appropriation, and Displacement in Coastal India by Dayabati Roy. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And I cannot pronounce the name of your university. University of Jyväskylä? Jyväskylä. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Greg,
you tell me then when to...
For accepting my abstract and giving me the opportunity to present my paper in this beautiful conference. This is the first time actually I am actually participating in this kind of conferences actually organized by IUAES. Yes, thank you. So as actually you see that the title of my paper is In the Midst of Climate Change, Disasters, Appropriation and Displacement in Coastal India. This is a part of a big project, and this is just, we are wrapping up this project, and at the end I just started to write on disaster. This is a new theme actually. I'm very much interested to work on it, so this is a new theme and I'm working on it. So where from will we start studying a disaster as a primary disaster? It seems to be puzzling when cause appears as an effect and effect appears as a cause. While a disaster doesn't cause a negative effect for all sections of the affected people, its cascading effects do not necessarily involve a top-down linear process, as Pescaroli and Alexander suggest. Our challenge is the way in which we should explain cascading risks and well-being when a section of affected people interprets the disaster as a cause of their good fortune. The Aila cyclone and its effects on the people of the Indian Sundarbans is a case in point. The question that arises is whether the Aila, which has been considered as a disaster and a cause of other cascading effects, is itself an effect of another cause, that is climate change. This research explains the disaster narratives instead of always spelling the cascading effects in negative term, reveal various conflicting stories in respect, particularly of class, gender, infrastructure, and political power. It suggests that the research on disaster should address the cascading risks as a recurrent cycle instead of a series of top-down events. Disaster is not, as Steinberg claims in context of America, just a product of nature. It is also a product of profit-maximizing culture of capitalism. Several scholars believe that disasters are as much social catastrophes as they are material catastrophes. Influenced by Steinberg, thus rightly argues that cyclone-related disasters in Sundarbans Delta cannot merely be viewed as natural phenomena or acts of God. These are instead embedded in the social and political relations that shaping human habitation, in the coastal areas since the colonial land reclamation program began in the late 18th and 19th in Bengal. Again, natural disasters that are shaped by class and other issues manifest variably in different time space, as disasters are multifaceted extreme events in which cascading effects increase in progression over time and generate unexpected secondary events of strong impact. Pascaroli and Alexander. We need to explore how a priori frame of disasters and people's vulnerability to them would influence how responses might be planned and implemented. It is true, as D. Wall argues, that social scientists increasingly consider calamities not as fundamental interruptions to social and political life, but as variant manifestations of pre-existing processes and power relations. By expanding this argument, I propose that calamities, while being variant manifestations of pre-existing processes and power relations, might strengthen the pre-existing processes of corruption and power relations, particularly in the countries like India, where distribution of governmental benefits get politicized in no time. Mukhopadhyay inquired into the disaster and politics of aid and relief and argued that enormity of ILA's devastation can be partly attributed to the absence of infrastructural facilities and comprehensive development policy in the pre-ILA Sundarbans, and partly to the way aid and relief was manipulated and usurped by competing party leadership in the post-ILA Sundarbans. Exploring three components of relief, as he describes: embankment building, desalination of the ponds, and the reconstruction of houses, he concludes natural disasters like ILA cannot be prevented, but what can be prevented is long-standing impacts of such disasters. 9 years after, when ILA erupted in 2018, I embarked upon to study villages of Indian Sundarbans and the slum neighborhoods where the ILA-affected migrants took shelter, for shedding light on the long-standing aftermath of that cyclone. We look into how the local pre-existing processes and party activities manifest and turn the ILA disaster into a long-standing aftermath. The literature on disaster and its management as well as on how people engage with the impacts of disaster divulges some interesting revelations in context of South Asia. These literatures show the way in which disasters result in new disaster management institutions, logic, and technologies, as well as the way disaster management technologies promote social restructuring and the state control of people's futures. This is to say, disaster as risks justifies the state's control over people's futures and technologies of securitization. However, as Karin Gagne explains, people's attitude towards the state shaped the perceptions of the interventions that emerged as part of the disaster mitigation and preparedness measure. Choi, on the other hand, explains how the state attempts to control the future remain in constant tension with the attitudes and opinions of people. This paper shows how climate change, together with shifting land use patterns and forms of resource extraction, have intensified resource-related hazards and harms, and thereby endangering local livelihoods and displacing the islanders. I draw on to other researches which are relevant in this context. Paprocki explains how adaptation regime, that is possible intervention in the face of climate change, is built on a vision of development in which urbanization and export-oriented growth are desirable and inevitable. She demonstrates how viability is co-produced through political economic structures that exercise power at multiple scales in shaping the environment and understandings of how it is changing. The shift from agrarian livelihoods to disposition and outmigration contributes to the expansion of urban accumulation and production of export commodities. The threat of climate change and its associated migration is reframed thus as an opportunity for development and growth. Similarly, Kant uses the metaphor of capture as a useful analytic to convey the particular sets of relations at the climate frontier. By capture, he refers to a set of processes of seizure that secures rents, bodies, and territories in order to hold and control them. We might ask at this point is why the political economies in South Asia have become criminalized over the years. Is this criminalization related to neoliberal capitalism? As some scholars say, for instance, Levian, many blame the weak state institutions behind this predatory form of capitalism, but it has already been proved that land mafias are also strong in well-governed and fast-growing cities. We might show here the way in which South Asia's criminality or corruptions are being propelled by the capital that is seizing the natural resources in the countryside. Against the background of uneven process of capitalist development, the commercialization of land and natural resources are generating the opportunities for rent seeking in this region. It is also significant the way capital interacts with regional social structures to produce particular patterns of corruption. The question is how the patterns of capitalist developments are transforming existing class relations to form new alliances with an interest in accumulation. I explore how embankment might fix the environmental problems, but also might cause environmental degradation. I have actually done the ethnography study in 2 villages that are located at the southernmost part of Indian Sundarban. As this article tries to grasp the local people's discourses on climate change risks and socio-environmental futures, ethnography might be an appropriate method for serving the purpose. Surrounded by a dying river and a declining forest, the villages are inhabited mainly by the so-called scheduled caste people. I interviewed actually more than 100 families and who belong to different subgroups of the scheduled caste category. The Sundarbans, an unsettling place.
Which slide do you want?
There is a, okay, it is good. I don't have that much, some data there, okay. Sundarbans is a place where water or wave, nothing settles. My ethnography in the Indian part of Indian Sundarbans reveals this story of contradictions, not only between land and water, but also between land and forest and water. All my informants inform how this complex local terrain changed noticeably after geosocial developments began. The human interventions in forest first began at the hands of the British colonialists. A recent survey reveals that the tropical forests across the planet, which house over half of Earth's biodiversity, are experiencing escalating human influence, altering their health and the provision of important ecosystem functions and services. Lewis et al. Sundarbans, both India and Bangladesh part, are no exception. This region encounters phase 3 impacts of human dominance, which means intensive permanent agriculture, industrial logging. The villagers would consistently clear the forests for making their subsistence by turning the forests into farmland or fisheries. These intensive human interventions might have severely degraded the tropical forests. The extent of conversion could be palpable if we see a recent data set regarding conversion of tropical forest. Degraded forests lead to warming and shorter or erratic rainfall, though impacts of land cover change or rainfall are highly scale dependent. The islanders of the Indian Sundarbans, however, witness shorter or inadequate rainfall and frequent cyclones on regular basis. One of my interlocutors informs that the weather has changed, due to which Farmers face uncertainties in seasonal diversities. This uncertain weather now affects their livelihoods negatively. Due to this, not only do the marginal people face a crisis in livelihoods and outmigrate desperately from the Sundarbans, but other animals like tigers also face a crisis in food. The point is the cultivators of chores did not have to wait much for the disasters to be happen in Sundarbans. The people of the Sundarbans have consistently been witnessing the cyclone disasters one after another. However, Ayla cyclones is the deadliest kind of cyclone which surpassed all records of the past calamities that occurred so far at the Bay of Bengal. One slide is there where the number of cyclones so far actually. Maybe you can find, leave it, I will just read it. The point is the cultivators of Rudra and Lahiri say that the Ayla cyclone became a watershed in the Sundarbans' ecological and socio-political history as it broke out at the time of high tide. Like Bhola cyclone in Bangladesh, the Ayla cyclone made the year 2009 as a juncture when a new provincial government was in the making through overthrowing a more than 3-decade-old communist government. Disaster, conflicting stories. The village where I conducted fieldwork stands as one of the worst victims of Cyclone Ayla, as it is situated just beside a river. Despite being almost dried up, this river turned into a violent flash flood due to Cyclone Ayla and flooded the entire village by uprooting everything like barns, kacha roads, mud houses, and trees. When the cyclone caused roaring, the villagers saw themselves waterlogged in a debris. Like thousands of villagers, they did not have any clue how to make a living in this dilapidated situation. Many of non-migrants who could depend earlier on agriculture and fisheries for livelihood within the village began to migrate now to anywhere within the country and abroad. Moreover, this time in many cases, the entire family chose to migrate as they didn't have any place to stay. However, this is not the end of the story. Rather, the story takes here a skewed turn towards prosperity. The region saw a new beginning with a thriving economy due to some reasons. First, the rate of production in fisheries increased manifold after Ayla. The fishermen in this region grow usually sea fishes or nona fishes. These fishes grew now rapidly due to the presence of silt and salt. The same phenomenon might repeat in case of agriculture. After the first layer of salt on soil was removed with the flow of rains, the soil became more fertile simply because of the presence of silt and a small residue of salt. In addition, I presume that the soil becomes more fertile since the chemical residue in it was washed out due to the Ayla-induced flood. Thus, when the peasants began to cultivate their lands in new vigor, the land compensated them with enhanced rate of production. Second, Cyclone Ayla has been much talked environmental disaster in India, if not in the world. No government would be in a position to ignore the reconstruction work in the affected region. No political party, the ruling and the opposition, the erstwhile and the emergent, would spare effort to secure their mass base. As a result, the Ayla-affected people did experience better development efforts on behalf of the government, both the state and central. The post-Ayla Sundarbans drew, consequently, huge money for reconstructing the roads, bridges, embankments, etc., and turned into a well-connected region. The people there can now easily commute to Kolkata for work and business. However, what is interesting is that these reconstruction works also generate many employments, though manual, in the rural fringes. Finally,
5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Yet importantly, most of the villages of the Ayla-affected people are now beneficiaries of various kinds of governmental schemes. A critical frame of disaster. My ethnography in the Indian part of Sundarbans has laid bare the way in which disaster has been constituted and reconstituted by the local social dynamics as shaped historically in broad political context. It has no doubt that disaster takes place as consequences of deficiency in infrastructural development and comprehensive development policies, as well as the way aids and relief are distributed, undistributed, or disproportionately distributed depending on the party or identity-based favoritism. However, which is significant is that disaster or disaster-based interventions has expanded the boundary of state-society relationship. The redrawn or reconstructed state-society relationship has strengthened the penetration of the state at the rural hinterland. As a result of that, the post-ILA period has witnessed the reconstruction of state and citizenship boundary, which shaping the politics of relief and reconstructing complexly the long-term aftermath of the ILA cyclone. The criminalization of political economy, which has already unfolded before the ILA cyclone as part of the neoliberal capitalism, took a new turn after the ILA. In the Indian part of Sundarbans, some kinds of corruption and so degradation, both environmentally and socially, have been propelled by capital that is seizing the natural resources. What is interesting is that the village politics revolves around the grab and hold of the chores and very many fisheries. It also revolves around the distribution of ILA-related reliefs and benefits. Unlike Harms, who argues that the abilities of islanders to make claims have been dwindling due to environmental degradation and the subsequent outmigration in Sundarbans, my fieldwork reveals that the political vibrancy is more in post-ILA Sundarbans, and the factors responsible for this political vibrancy are: one, the growing governmental activities, and two, growing economic activities like fisheries on governmental lands. Possibilities for environmental restoration. This research reveals that disaster narratives, instead of always spelling the cascading effects in negative terms, reveal various conflicting stories in respect particularly of class. However, what is most significant is that the reconstruction works done after the ILA cyclone would perhaps cause again the degradation of the islands, as the environmentalists mentioned. This is to say, the reconstruction works are part of the cycle that revolves around in the Indian Sundarbans. The cycle that began with disaster as an effect of land reclamation and would end with a disaster as an effect of reconstruction works like infrastructural developments, capture of chore lands for accumulation, and lands of river banks. It never ends, though seemingly appear as a new beginning. While the threat of climate change and its associated migration is reframed as an opportunity for export-oriented growth and development in Bangladesh, the coastal lands in India are appropriated by the advantaged people in collusion with the local state and power. On the top of that disposition, the poor fishermen are being displaced as consequences of the strict implementation of the forest conservation laws. It concludes that the research on disasters should address the cascading risks as a recurrent cycle instead of a series of top-down events. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Is there anybody sitting down there who's actually a member of the panel? Please come up. You're Gabriella? Okay. We'll have you in the second session then. Okay? Which is where you're originally scheduled anyway. So we'll continue, but please come up and be part of the team. Okay, so I'll be going second today, unless you want to. No? Okay. We took about 25 minutes, so tell me at 20 minutes that I need to close. I'll need to look at this too. So, I'm going to be talking about the triple disaster that happened on 28th of September 2018 in Palu in central Sulawesi, encompassing an earthquake, a tsunami, and liquefaction. And what I'll be presenting is not something about the disaster, but an anthropological critique of the response and the framework for the response. Just to get you geographically situated, central Sulawesi is that island right in the middle of Indonesia that looks a bit like a wilted starfish. And central Sulawesi is here in yellow, and we'll be talking about Palu, the capital of central Sulawesi, which is right at the foot of the Palu Bay, and that geographical location is crucial because this all started with an earthquake that occurred. Its epicenter was up on the western coast, approximately here. Actually, something that's on the coast, on the land, should not cause a tsunami. But the hypothesis is that there was an underground landslide which changed the seafloor, created waves. The funneling effect of Palu Bay increased the size of the waves until by the time they hit the foot, the city of Palu, we had a tsunami of well over 10 meters in various locations, Talise Beach especially. And this was accompanied by, in some of the inland areas that were water saturated due to non-lining of irrigation, liquefaction. So just some of the details. Initially reported at 7.7, revised to 7.4 on the Richter scale, which is quite substantial. 4,340 official deaths. That was for the bodies that were recovered. Thousands of bodies were in Palu Bay and buried in mud due to the liquefaction. One disaster response worker that I interviewed about 2.5 months after this, when I finally made it back to Palu, estimated between 20 and 30,000 deaths. That makes it by far the biggest disaster in Indonesia since the December 26, 2004 tsunami that hit the west coast of Sumatra, particularly Aceh, and caused over 250,000 deaths. Over 170,000 internally displaced people, over 100,000 buildings damaged or totally destroyed. The icon of Palu, the Ponulele Bridge, one of the major ways to get between East and West Palu, totally destroyed. All the buildings that were just in back of Talise Beach, this is the campus of an Islamic tertiary institute, destroyed. Picture of liquefaction in Balaroa. Thousands of people killed here because there was a huge wedding going forth. An aerial view of what liquefaction does. Petobo was the site of high-end housing estates, and it just became a sea of mud. I took this picture 2.5 months after it. A vendor selling cakes there at the end of the last house that was still standing said the President Jokowi came to this actual site, looked over it, and this was all urban, said, this is just a normal disaster, bencana biasa in Bahasa Indonesia, and decided not to declare this a national disaster. Now, although it looks great that all these ministries were involved in coordinating a response and such, the fact that it was not declared a national disaster meant that very few funds actually reached Palu for reconstruction. There was a Recovery and Development Coordination Assistance Team that was formed, and it was an advisory body with primary responsibility given to the city and the provincial government, in line with the Indonesian emphasis on decentralization. The motto of the reconstruction effort was rebuilding post-disaster affected areas in central Sulawesi province based on disaster risk in order to realize participatory, better, and safe community life in 2024, which is approaching. A mouthful, kind of as bad as the title of this panel. But it's very clear, you have the term better in there, that this is based upon the Build Back Better approach, which the first paper also mentioned, that has become part of the basis for the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk and Reduction. I won't go through the underlying principles because I need to move fairly quickly. But the UN works in disaster relief according to what's called the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, the overall master plan for interventions covering the 15 years beginning with 2015. Its priorities for action involve understanding disaster risk, strengthening disaster risk governance, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience, enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response, and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. It's supposed to be an all of society and all of state approach, which is supposed to involve participatory elements. As we'll see, that was not realized in the Central Sulawesi case. It was also supposed to consider such things as cultural heritage and livelihood issues, but that was not, again, realized. If you look at the Sendai Framework document, there are 63 mentions of resilience. And it's interesting that the Sendai Framework definition, I won't read it out, you can look at it, is based upon the notion of preservation and restoration of what was there before the disaster. It is, in a sense, a conservative basis, and it kind of reminds me of Radcliffe Brownian structural functionalism in its notion of trying to, its orientation to restoring equilibrium. And you can see in some alternate definitions of disaster resilience that there is also the capacity to accommodate transformation rather than just recovery and restoration, but that's not in the Sendai framework. Resilience is the major term there. But what is resilience about? Well, I would argue that the very use of that term as the central term is restricting. It is part of an overly organismic systems approach that over-systematizes social contexts of risk, a closed system approach that neglects the interlinkage and exchange with other systems. It neglects the politics and economics that are part of the disaster and recovery context, including the inequalities that foster differential vulnerabilities of segments of the population. This all gets elided in the systems approach of which resilience is the major component. It is a conservative, equilibrium-oriented concept, and it also tends to be oblivious not only to issues of power, inequality, and conflict, but also to those of culture. Now, the second most mentioned term in the Sendai document is risk. Actually, it's the first most. And risk is also a part of this scientific assessment at the systemic level. What it neglects is the phenomenological aspect of uncertainty. Uncertainty is very different than risk. It is one of the major foci in the title of this Congress as a whole. And the fact that systemic assessments of risk often do not take account of the uncertainties faced by individuals means that these individuals often resist the intervention efforts based upon the notion of risk. Now, let's make the transition now to the actual disaster response in Palu rather than the Sendai framework on which it is based. The immediate response in phase one, the emergency response, based upon just the necessities of evacuating victims and getting them to medical services, fulfilling basic needs, and repairing enough infrastructure, electricity provision and such, so that the city can, and the surrounding region can become somewhat functional. These were all government functions according to the Indonesian response framework. But the problem was the actual local government was paralyzed and didn't respond. And the only organization that actually responded in the first couple of weeks was the Indonesian military. There's been quite an extensive assessment of the initial response by Tria and Cook in a disaster studies journal from the framework of disaster governance. And while I think there were many insights that were in that, its emphasis upon coordination of administration also tended to neglect the politics of the local situation. The fact that Indonesia does not have a national disaster response framework because it's under revision is important, but equally important and not mentioned in this assessment is the fact that it was for political reasons not declared a national disaster, because it supported the opposition candidate to the president in the previous election at 90%. The Indonesian government model, which is based upon the president's assertion of a very strong stand on maintaining sovereignty, had three dimensions. It's to be nationally led, but that's a problem when it's not declared a national disaster. It's to be regionally supported, and that means that in this case, coordination of all relief was put in the hands of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management, not the UN, which actually led to some friction with some of the UN agencies that were later involved. And it was to be an international response only as necessary, as limited as possible, and highly regulated. It was several days before any international response was, any international teams were allowed, and it probably would have been longer, except the Korean government said, we're sending assistance whether you allow it or not, because we want to recover the bodies of all the Koreans who had been killed in their hotel that pancaked and had been participating in an international paragliding competition. As I mentioned, actually on the ground in this initial response, it was the military that was the only functional organization, both because of its surge capacity or response readiness and such, and the fact that the National Disaster Management Board is actually, its head is a 3-star lieutenant general of the Indonesian Army, as is the coordinating minister of, also a military officer of Politics, Legal and Security Affairs, which had main carriage at the national level for coordination. The kind of resurgence of the dual function of the military that was part of the new order in the past. I said that the actual implementation of coordination was left in the hands of the provincial and city governments. The city government was totally paralyzed, but even the provincial government had very many deficiencies. It did not have the experience. It lacked risk mitigation measures, contingency plans, response capabilities, and recovery preparedness. I've got about 7 minutes. Preparedness. I've got about 7 minutes left, I think. The initial response was also hindered by the fact that this occurred at the very time that we had the opening of the annual city festival, the Palu Nomoni Festival, which means Palu resounds. Now, one of the opening activities was going to be a spectacular dance based upon an indigenous Kaili healing ceremony, the Mobalia, which involves the invocation of local spirits and transpossession. But this was not to be an actual Mobalia ritual. It was to be a heritage spectacle for all the tourists and such, a tontonan, or spectacle, something to be spectated, in the words of the mayor. It was meant to be a celebration of local heritage, but not an actual ritual performance. Nevertheless, conservative Islamic clerics and even some conservative Christian ministers immediately responded that the earthquake, liquefaction, and tsunami occurred because this was God's punishment to the local populace, because the mayor was going to allow the Palu Nomoni Festival to be opened by a Mobalia, which was branded as syirik, the Indonesian term from Arabic meaning polytheistic. And you know, in Indonesia, you must be monotheistic, even if you're a Hindu. This led to not only the cancellation of all future civic festivals, but an assassination attempt on the mayor. And after that, the civic administration utterly paralyzed. Nothing happened. The importance of culture, which really was not taken account of in the response framework. Let's move to phase 2, rehabilitation. I'll move a little more quickly. Again, this was despite the Sendai framework's mandating participatory mechanisms, it was top-down. Entirely government working with some civil society organizations, but not in consultation with the local populace. Infrastructure improvement was one focus, getting everything working again as much as possible, but most important in that was the construction of temporary housing, penghunian sementara or huntara. 69 temporary housing settlements were set up. This was land that was leased from local entrepreneurs for 2 years, although after 2 years, people were still living in these settlements. And this is a picture of one of the interior of settlement, of the houses provided, and as you can see, it's kind of a tent with a tin roof. Considerable anger. Those who were displaced, they didn't know where they were going to end up. They ended up quite far, in most cases, from their livelihoods. A lot of the coastal people were actually fishing families, no longer able to pursue that. And I showed you the liquefaction in Balaroa. There was particular resistance there because people did not want to have to live in this temporary accommodation. They wanted cash to build their own. This is the outside of one of the temporary housing settlements. It took 2 years before we had the beginning of the construction of permanent housing in locations. Some of this was quite impressive, actually. This is not brick, but it's a sort of plasterboard that has some give and take in the case of a future earthquake. Give credit that they were taking account of a future resilience in the face of coming earthquakes. Focus on economic recovery, providing various physical inputs that were needed to start recovery of agriculture and such in liquefaction areas. But an attempt to foster new micro, small, and medium enterprises as alternative livelihoods, but to impose them rather than to actually get consultation with the people as to what they wanted. Trauma healing, another focus, that actually civil society organizations, I think, did a quite good job in that. The master plan implementation faced several problems: land problems to set up these settlements, infrastructure problems, and the problem was that some of the permanent housing actually was put in areas that were subject to floods, and one of the settlements was destroyed within 3 years. There was a variety of organizations involved. The Tzu Chi Charitable Foundation, based in Taiwan, but the Jakarta branch, mainly quite rich Chinese entrepreneurs, probably built the best settlements. But there was only one from a consortium of local architects and such associated with the state university that actually engaged in a consultation process, used a participatory approach, and constructed a small settlement that was based upon indigenous resistant, earthquake-resistant housing. Economic problems, loss of livelihoods. I'll only mention one problem because time, and that is that many of these permanent housing settlements were built very far from the locations of people's livelihoods. When it's several kilometers to the shore of the Palu Bay, a fishing family that's lost its motorcycle in the earthquake and tsunami and such just has no access to reconstituting their lives based upon their fishing, no matter how much equipment is provided to them. So quickly to the conclusions. The three of us, and I will acknowledge that this research was based upon a grant for Australian alumni to one of my Indonesian participants. They've listed on the first page, Andi Akifa and Muhammad Nasrum. So we acknowledge the funding from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Australian government. But because it was COVID time, I wasn't able to be involved in any of the interviews after the very first couple of weeks. Okay, we argue for the necessity of a more participatory approach to optimize community involvement, one that cannot be based simply upon things like the Sendai framework with its basis in notions of resilience and risk that are system-oriented rather than taking account of the inequalities and differential vulnerabilities of local context. Tools that are needed to facilitate such a participatory approach: community data gathering, including village profiles, welfare classification in order to assess differential vulnerability, and community input on the needs of either reconstitution of livelihoods or the fostering of alternative livelihoods rather than imposing them. So this also involves participatory tools such as social mapping involving community participants facilitated by civic organizations, NGOs, and such. Focus group discussions to ascertain community perceptions of the issues involved in the etiology of the disaster and how to reduce risk in the future. Town hall meetings is for involving a greater variety of people, and participatory community work plans that will mobilize local people as well as the relevant NGOs, and control monitoring and assessment by community members rather than just government officials. That's what we didn't see in the Palu recovery, but we would like to see. So a few selected references, and thank you for listening. Okay, we move now to the last paper in the first session. Let me bring it up. You want to?
Yeah, you can run it. Huh? I will just run it.
Okay, tell me when to switch the slides.
Yeah.
So, we have the paper, Do Women and Children Need Special Privileges to Achieve Disaster Resilience? By Anil Kumar Sukumaran, who is a research scholar at the University School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Basically, this is a policy advocacy paper. It is not just anthropology, but this paper deals with human survival, human rights. There are multiple theories and concepts supporting this argument, but everybody knows, as the title goes, you can see that one, everybody knows, everybody accepts, but there is lack of initiation and implementation is lacking. For a broader understanding, I will dwell through pre-disaster, during disaster, post-disaster, disaster resilience, and vulnerability. I have got about 20 minutes, and I have 20 plus slides. So, in order to understand that one, we need to understand certain terms like disaster, a sudden spurt of occurrence or that disrupts the normal life, resulting in loss of lives, property damages, livelihood, etc. It happens for few seconds, but its impacts last for years, maybe for generations. Then the term comes disaster resilience. This etymologically comes from botany or biology, bringing back better. Hope you people have know the touch me not plant, that is Mimosa pudica. Once you touch that one, after some time, it will regain its normal shape. That is how it is called resilience. So in terms of disaster resilience, it is defined as the ability of the individuals, communities, organizations, and states to adapt to and recover from hazards, shocks, or stresses without compromising long-term prospects for development. There are other definitions also. Simply what we can understand is that one, we need to have better preparedness so that the hazards or the losses can be minimized. Disaster, when it goes like planning, it has got several phases. You can see the disaster happening there, then there is preparedness, then response will be there, then comes recovery, then prevention. My work comes in the prevention, preparedness, and recovery. So that is how it is. Then, in terms of disaster, this framework clearly explains how the disaster resilience works. There are, next please. There are 4 elements in this one: context, disturbance, capacity, and reactions to disturbance. When you see that, you can see the system or the processes there. Then there are 2 aspects that on disturbance, shocks and stresses comes. Then the capacity. If you have got more exposure, sensitivity, adaptive capacity, then you can see that one from the bottom to top, how the resilience goes on. Means if you don't have proper preparedness, system will collapse. Then the recovery, but worse than before. Then bounce back better. Means it goes on in an increasing order. Next, please. Disaster and development, it goes hand in hand. If you have proper planning, proper understanding, proper data, proper use of data, we can have it better one. Because we are dealing with development programs. You can see the segments of various development programs here, but if you can have better preparedness, we can have the better disaster resilience. Then my target comes women and children. Why? So, in the next slide, you can see that there are many vulnerable groups, but why only these 2 are, women and children are targeted, or why we need to address that one? Why special privileges for the women and children are addressed is because of these reasons. You can see they are undergoing various kind of vulnerabilities, like physiological vulnerabilities are there, like pregnant women, menstruating women, then the child-specific vulnerabilities are there, their dependency, then psychosocial impact is there, social and cultural vulnerabilities, gender norms, child marriage, all these things have got this one. But among the vulnerable groups, only these 2 groups, the women and the children, are affected more. Same way, economic vulnerabilities, loss of livelihood is there, child labor increases, then there will be lack of education and development opportunities for the children, education is disrupted, nutritional needs are affected, health vulnerabilities are there, there could be increase in disabilities, then maternal health will need to be addressed. Mobility and shelter vulnerabilities. When it comes to evacuation, then they need to be put into a shelter. Then safe shelter comes into picture. Mobility of constraints into picture. Decision making. Because women and children, particularly in case of developed country like India, they lack decision-making power. Their limited decision-making power limits their mobility, limits their thoughts, limits their safeguards. They have low perception of risk. In order to address these things, we have to see that one, how these vulnerabilities are addressed. You can see excuse me, next one, please. Next one, yeah. You can see in this template, you can see the relation between the vulnerability, risk, hazard, and exposure in this thing. All together put, increase the risk of this one. When it comes to child-centered resilience, we have to talk about children's vulnerability, then psychological well-being, protection from exploitation and abuse, unique educational needs are there, safe spaces, participation and decision-making, child-friendly communication, then there are legal protection measures, child health and nutrition, community resilience need to be improved, prevention of intergenerational trauma, human rights and sustainable development. All these need to be addressed. It is not that all states are same. We have got certain best practices. I would like to show some best practices from a state called Odisha. Here you can see that one, proper planning for women and women in all categories exists there. Then preparedness, including building awareness, is there. Training of women is there. Then children are trained in life skills. Pre-preparedness properly arranged and organized, where women-headed households are identified, pregnant parturition women and lactating women are properly identified, adults and girls and girl children were properly identified. During disaster, they take all these things into help, and evacuation will be given special priority to the above groups. Children are provided with special care. Psychosocial support are extended to prevent any shock, stress during disaster events. Safety of women, adults and girls and children were ensured. When I talk about the advocacy of special privileges for women and children, there is an argument opposing these things also. What kind of argument? Why this thing? Disaster doesn't differentiate gender. Then why? Then gender equality was that. If men and women are equal, then why? All these things need to be under. There is a certain group which talks about discrimination also. Critics argue that providing special privileges to women implies that they are weaker. It's imbibed that one, they will be victimized. Exclusion of other groups, because there are other groups like elderly, disabled, all these groups are there. They will be excluded from the benefits. Then promoting dependency. If you talk about special privileges, we talk about special. It is going to increase the dependency. Then I'll come to the triangulation of theories and approaches supporting that one. There are several theories, but I try to take the help of only 3 theories or 3 approaches in that one. One is gender sensitive disaster management, then vulnerability approach, then child-centered approach. In the vulnerability approach, it comprises of 3 theories or approaches. That is vulnerability approach, then gender mainstreaming approach, then feminist theories are also there. Then child-centered approach is there. The approach acknowledges that on children as right holders and emphasizes their active participation in DRR. Incorporating child-centered risk reduction strategies are very important. The same is emphasized by UNICEF and also UNDRR. Then intersectionality of gender and child rights also emphasizes that understanding the intersectionality of gender and child rights is crucial for comprehensive disaster management. Intersectionality theory emphasizes how various aspects of identity coverage to create unique vulnerabilities. Participatory approaches that involve women and children in disaster planning and decision making ensure that their specific needs and perspectives are considered, resulting in more effective and inclusive policies. Triangulating these 3 theories and approaches enriches our understanding of the complexities surrounding the disaster management. By integrating these theories and approaches, policies and strategies can be designed to address the unique vulnerabilities of women and children during disasters, ultimately contributing to the goal of saving lives and ensuring more equitable and resilient society. Similarly, gender-responsive disaster resilience. You can see that when the gender-responsive disaster resilience involves, what are the components of this? And you can see the highlighted headings. This involves addressing the specific needs and vulnerabilities of different genders in disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and risk reduction. First thing is gender analysis. Conduct gender sensitive assessments. Inclusive participation. Promote the active participation of all genders in decision-making process. Gender-responsive policies and legislation. We need this thing. In other slide, I will also explain the levels of legislations, how they are grounded in actuality. Capacity needs to be provided for men and women equally. Access to information to ensure disaster-related information is accessible to everyone. Gender-responsive early warning systems need to be developed and they should be in place. Shelter and housing should be designed and managed properly to address the gender diverse individuals. Livelihood and economic empowerment support initiatives that help women and gender diverse individuals become more resilient in the face of disasters. Health, then protection of gender-based violence need to be addressed. Social and cultural sensitivity need to be included in the disaster resilience programs. Monitoring evaluation need to be addressed because they serve as or they feed to the next events. Ultimately, all these things, what is happening is that next slide please. They are trying to educating a woman means educating a family. That means when we say that why the importance for women, why the importance for children means when we educate a woman, when we involve a woman, because you are educating a family, you are educating a community, entire community. You don't have to go to the community as a whole, but if you address the women, they are included there. Then, training a child, that means you are educating generations. I discussed that one, how it need to be address. So in principle, the legislations, policy making measures, and the planning, because we can see that there are 4 kinds of programs are there. Let's go to the national level, like act, legislation act, then it is converted into policies, then the policies are converted into plans, then it is implemented as disaster management programs. That need to be percolated at the state level, then the district level, then the community level. But if the system won't exist in the 4 document level, then that cannot be percolated. On the other side, if it is there at the national level, but it won't percolate in either of these things, then also it won't work. So it is equally important that every level need to be addressed. So towards the conclusion, I emphasize that there is an urgent need for transparency. You have seen 2 presentations. You get the figures, but you don't get the segregations. You don't see that how many children died, how many women died, how many men died. Segregation, there is a data gap. That need to be improved. That transparency need to be improved. Household data is not really addressed, because preparedness means you need to identify the children with single women-headed household, single mother households, then children with disabilities, men with disabilities, all these kinds of things. Then bring explicit policy and legislations to implement that Gender responsive disaster resilience should be there. Child-centric disaster resilience should be there, which need to be implemented as well as monitored. There is a need for wider and deeper implementation, because when we talk about the implementation or planning or disaster management, we talk at the superficial level. When you go to the real ground level situation, grassroots level situation, it is missing, because there is no particular emphasis on that Maybe it stops at the national level, it will not percolate to the bottom tiers. Micro-planning is the next step before implementation. We need data. Unless we do micro-level planning, community-level planning, it can't be done. Then inclusive activities for pre, during, and post-disaster is a mandate. Unless these things are there, we can't address the disaster, or we can't achieve the disaster resilience. Advocate. We need to advocate what we say, what is there in the policy, and then check, monitor preparedness trainings. Because when we go to check the capacity building programs at the grassroots level, there is these 2 groups are missing, or it is sporadic. In some states you find, in other states you don't find that. The casualty data should be transparent to showcase all the gender segregated figures. That is not really existing this way. Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody else sitting in the audience who's actually a member of the panel? Gabriella, do you want to just take questions here, or should we do your paper and then have questions for all of us? Because I don't think anybody else is going to show. So you give your paper now? Let's do that. Yeah. Can you load it onto mine, or we can? Yeah. Or do you have do you want to connect your computer to?
If I can sit there, because
Yeah, certainly.
Because I need to read my.
Absolutely.
No, but if I.
You can load it here.
We can do that later. Do,
But the thing is that I'm going to show this, but I also need my text that is here.
yeah?
So exactly, that's why I'm saying I need a computer to take it.
Yeah, you can just plug in the cord into your computer and use your computer and your notes should show.
I know, but I don't want my notes to show because I'm going to read them. I don't know if this makes sense.
They usually don't show.
No, because it's a Word document.
Oh, it's a Word document. Okay. These are the problems when you don't have a break scheduled for this. We're supposed to go straight through.
She's going to let me her computer. It's okay.
Okay. Move down. No worries. Okay, so the final speaker, unless somebody shows up late, in our panel on disasters will be Gabriela Sawaya, who's in environmental studies at the, what does EHESS stand for?
École des Hautes Études in France.
Okay, and she will be speaking on medicalizing an extractivist disaster, an ethnographic study of the life in the ruins of the Brumadinho dam collapsed. Yes. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm here today to present the work I did in my master's. And I'll start with an extractivist disaster in Brazil. Brumadinho is the name of the city. Sorry, this is the computer. I'll start with this quote. When I got there and I saw the mud stain, I felt like I got hit. From the place where I was standing, where once we could see the restaurant, the guard's office, the parking lot, the office, there was nothing left. There was only a stain of mud. This phrase is one of the women that I interviewed that told me when speaking about the 25th of January 2019, when an ore tailing dam that belonged to the mining company Vale broke in the city of Brumadinho, Brazil, releasing a tsunami of toxic mud that instantly killed 272 people, invaded the course of the Paraopeba River, and destroyed homes, gardens, forests, and everything in its path. In addition to this destruction, there were several political and social impacts on the life of the town, which is economically dependent on iron mining. The woman I interviewed is an employee of the mining company and was off duty on the day of the disaster. She was telling me about what she saw when she returned to Brumadinho after receiving news of the rupture, finding that where there used to be an entire structure of her work office, there was now only a huge stain of mud. That day, she lost her sister, who also worked at a company, as well as most of her colleagues who were also inhabitants of the city of Brumadinho. The mud is still present in the town to this day, whether in the river, which is now a river of mud, or in the imagination of its inhabitants, who identified the disaster with the image of the mudslide that swept away everything in its path. I construct this presentation through the weaving of 3 images that paints the context of my field work: mountain, dust, and mud. With these 3 images, I try to paint what I'm calling as a catastrophic extractivist scenario that begins in the mountain, from which we can understand the extractivist and colonial aspect of the catastrophe, that continues through dust, that is representative of how the relationships that exist in this territory are all involved by the all-encompassing dust present of the mining company Vale, and it ends with mud as the image that represents the suffering and the pain that on 2019 destroyed lives of people in this territory, but that to this date never stop coming back. These images will help guide us through the scenario in which we can follow the ways of living in a world in processes of destruction, with the following problem as a guiding thread. What can the Brumadinho disasters and the extractivist and colonial relationships that built it and that are built from it tell us about the ways of living a particular end of world? And how has mental health discourses made their way through what it is living in a catastrophic situation? With this, I will argue that what is called mental health in global health discourses nowadays and in dominant agendas is not only insufficient to account for the complexity of the pain and suffering that the inhabitants of Brumadinho experience and the modes of survival they put in place, but also ends up hiding and dodging more complex and systematic issues of the context in which the disaster was constructed. I argue that it is necessary to insert these medicalized ways of inhabiting the world into their political, historical, and social contexts, particularly in Brazil, examining how the medicalization of a catastrophe is yet another way of hiding the social production of suffering. So I'll start with the mountain. So looking at this, what would you say this is? Is it a mountain? Maybe, possibly, kind of look like it, but not really. There's something happening there. This is an iron ore tailing dam. Looks solid, maybe. I would say that cars can go through it, heavy machinery goes through it, and people walk through it every day. And yet, in the 25th of January in 2019, this collapsed and became this. We barely can see it anymore. It's right up there at the top where it was. It broke. I think it's about 12 million meter cubical of mud, of toxic mud that slid through, and this is the course of the river Paraopeba. Up there, it was all the facilities that she said that there was nothing left. There was the offices, the administration, and everything. Like we saw, most of the people who worked in this mine every day, lived near it their whole lives, did not realize that this was not solid. It resembles so much like a mountain, and yet it is not. A mountain, however, was blown up. A real mountain was blown up, destroyed, and drilled so that this other non-mountain that we saw could be built in its place. Brumadinho is a mining city where the landscape is marked by red stripes and green mountains, where destruction of the earth happens. After being stripped from the mountain where it originally belonged, this earth, rich in iron, goes through several processes, chemical and physical, to become 1 part iron, the metal that becomes the metal that is used maybe to build some of the furniture we see around us, and also a part mixture of sand and water with plenty of heavy metals in it. This is then put into a dam that is built layer by layer over years, like we saw before. The Brumadinho Dam was over 80 meters high and over 40 years when it broke. Indigenous Brazilian intellectual called this extractivist process the machine that eats the world. He is named Ailton Krenak. Where on the one hand, huge holes are dug in mountains in search for iron ore, while on the other, artificial mountains of toxic waste, the dam that I showed, are built, artificial mountains that can burst at any moment and destroy everything around them, like what happened in Brumadinho. The machine that eats the world is the image used to understand the colonial extractivist context in which this catastrophe exists, and without which we cannot grasp all level of its complexity. Extractivism is a part of Brazilian history, and specifically this region's history, Minas Gerais. Just to give a context, this is Brazil, Minas Gerais is that state. The area with all of a lot of dots is Quadrilátero Ferrífero, which there's a large concentration of iron and lots of iron extraction. Since years. And it started, of course, with colonization. It's important to remind us this because it reminds us that there is an economic, technical, political, and historical system that allows us to dig up certain mountains in certain places and allows certain worlds to become ruins. It is this eating machine that chooses certain mountains and bodies that can be mined, ripped out, destroyed, and others that not, and which allows Brumadinho, Minas Gerais, to become the site of one of the greatest mining disasters in recent history. The catastrophe caused by the world-eating machine has a name and an address, and it strikes very specific bodies and lands. Putting this catastrophe in its colonial context also allowed us to avoid the idea that catastrophes are limited moments in time. As one of the women I interviewed said, while trying to explain to me how she felt about the disaster, she described, it is the before, the after, and the now, everything and all at once. In the case of Brumadinho, the dam rupture was only one moment, one epic moment, as you can see, in a chain of violences that have accompanied the city. To think the slow catastrophic violences, one can use Nixon's concept of slow violence, where we must look at how this was already catastrophic before, with extractivist colonial relationships in place, but it also continues after, with the mud coming back again and again, stopping people from moving on. This is important because it reminds us that catastrophes are rarely over. Dam ruptures, as much as other catastrophes, are to be thought of as structural and not as isolated incidents. If with the mountain image we can get a grasp on the colonial context, dust will help us understand the insidious violence that people in Brumadinho have to face till today in this continuous catastrophe. So I pass on to dust. Oh, sorry. So, when you walk around in Brumadinho, there is one aspect that is inescapable. There is red dust everywhere. I would get home from a day out and all my clothes would have this thin layer of red covering everything. The windows have to be washed frequently and you could easily shower more than twice a day. This dust comes mainly from the insane amount of trucks that cross the streets of the small city center, giving the city this aspect of chaotic traffic all the time. And also with the train that crosses right in the middle of the city, with multiple passings each day, only carrying iron ore. The dust feels like it's everywhere and all around, much like the presence of Vale, the mining company. With dust, I try to show how Vale makes itself present in the city, almost omnipresent, and certainly suffocating. It is from this image that I try to draw what it's like to live in an extractivist scenario, defined by the relationships that Vale creates and destroys in the city. When I say Vale is everywhere, it's because it is. Everyone who crosses around in the city either works there or knows someone who works there or works for the government that works very closely to Vale. This is characteristic of a minero-dependent city, a concept much used in Brazilian literature on cities with mining activities and how they become engulfed by the mining company administration and economy, being dependent not only economically, but also with the shaping of people's subjectivities. For example, when this woman tells me, before the rupture, Vale, here in Brumadinho, was Vale. It was the company. I remember when it first arrived here, the first Vale employees were proud to get off the bus wearing their Vale uniforms. It was a pride for those who worked for Vale. Like we can see here, Vale was a beacon of dreams and hope for a majority of the population of the city. This is not to say that before the rupture relationships were good or bad. It is to say that a big part of the city character was built around the presence of the mining company, administering a sort of biopolitics throughout its inhabitants. But with the disaster, the contours of the biopolitics in place change. Where previously people saw the relationship with Valley as this beacon of hope, now Valley is seen as the villain, the murderer, the criminal. And from Valley sides, who used to keep this good neighbor image and is now unable or uninterested in keeping like this, looks for new strategies to remain present and continue in managing the territory, while trying to save its reputation and legitimacy both in Brazil and internationally, because it is an international stakeholder company. This is how it can continue operating as if nothing had ever happened. Some of these strategies are done by manipulating the company's public image, using certain types of marketing language, by heavily mediatizing repair work that gives the company a positive image, but when in place, we see it just means new disasters for certain communities. Also by creating intrigues, splits, and conflicts within the population, by directly attacking social movements, by monopolizing the distribution of certain resources, such as water, and finally, by its dust presence, through which insidiously manages the life of those already in ruins, preventing any movement towards conciliation and resistance. This is specifically vicious, given that we can see how fractured the city has become. What we could think as one side, maybe, the people, against the other side, Valley, doesn't really happen like that. Also because people in Valley, in the mine-independent city, are like this, but also because the population has many fissures within itself, and dealing with this in the field was one of the heaviest aspects that I came across. The corporate dust presence that now shapes the way of living, surviving, and coexisting in these destroyed cities turns all the possibilities of creating community relations dim, perpetuating once again the catastrophe and its suffering, a suffering that takes us to our final image, mud. The mud has pressed through my soul. In Brumadinho, to speak of mud is to speak of pain, loss, and suffering. The mud of the dam break did not stop at the river. It invaded gardens, houses, streets, but also people's souls. The image of mud is taken up again and again by the inhabitants when defining what Brumadinho has become, a great sea of mud, a city in ruins. We can think of the mud through the lenses of social suffering theory, where the pain described must be seen not only as individual and subjective, but also as a social form of suffering, moving beyond the idea that suffering is a direct individual consequence of the event, and describing it in a part of the catastrophic extractivist scenario that I have so far painted. This is why, in Brumadinho, suffering is mud. That is, it is socially produced as a part of the colonial and capitalist expropriation of bodies and lands within the world-eating machine that I mentioned before. It is also continued and maintained by Valley's dust presence. Social suffering cannot be limited to the scope of the dam rupture, but is reviewed and constructed in every moment that preceded and that continues after the fact. However, what I saw happen in Brumadinho was a transformation of what I see as social suffering through the medical framework, more specific, the mental health discourses framework. Take this quote, for example. So, everyone is sick. There is no way to say they're fine, that there are people who are fine. Here, we can see that not being fine is quickly translated in other terms, such as being sick. This has come up many times. It is as if the two were conflated. What my ethnographic work showed again and again is that this transformation takes place through discourses and practices that allow, medical discourses and practice, that allows suffering in disaster situations to be slowly shaped as mental health issues. In Brumadinho, this process of medicalization of suffering is enacted through multiple practices seen in day-to-day life. A few examples are the massive deployment of mental health services after the rupture by international organizations, the strategic use of mental health as a justice bargain frame by Valley, and the out-of-control and widely spread use of psychotropic pharmaceuticals. There was not one person I came across that did not tell me they either went to a psychologist or psychiatrist. Not one had not taken medication after the rupture, or at least for a while. All of them had stories of someone who committed or contemplated committing suicide. These stories that conflate the unwellness with mental health medical frameworks is what caught my attention. Mental health discourse has had a long story within healthcare frameworks in disaster situations, being for a long time recognized as a priority. And although trying to convey the social aspects of why disasters will have mental health impacts on populations, they tend to fail acknowledging these bigger pictures. This allowed for what I call the medicalization of the catastrophe, whereby transforming the suffering of a population that is deeply embedded in a social context, in a question of individualized mental health problems, we situate the suffering in terms of medical language and allows everything that escaped these frameworks to remain concealed. These discourses and practices, in the way they are done now, end up giving way to the same power structures that caused the suffering in the first place. That is making it possible to care for the mental health of those affected in Brumadinho solely by looking at the event and its effects, while deliberately ignoring the slow violence taking place in the past, present, and future. Medicalizing the catastrophe means that the erasure of the extractivist catastrophe scenario through the attempt to give immediate medical solutions that do not get to the heart of the problem, that is, the life surrounded by wretched mountains, asphyxiating dust, and drowning mud. Some perspectives. To finish up, when I asked my interlocutors what would make them feel better, their answer was certainly not a psychologist nor psychotropics, even though they did acknowledge its importance and fought for its access to all. But still, rather, what they wanted was justice to be done, the river to be clean, not to have to think about it every day, or more bluntly, as one of the interviewers said to me, I didn't want to have to live that story. This is to say that while being sick resonated with mental health frameworks, being well went way beyond this framework by seeking solutions in much more complex, long-term, and communitarian approaches, because health, in fact, go way beyond the medical framework. We can no longer think of health and mental health within immediate medical frameworks that ignore the catastrophic extractivist context. We cannot think of Brumadinho people suffering without seeing the mud, the dust, and the mountain, and all it represents. I'd like to finish bringing up some indigenous authors who have, not surprisingly, been saying all of this for years now, especially about the connections between extractivism and health. Trying to escape from dominant discourse that insists on the separation between health and environment and reify medicalization frameworks, I bring here indigenous theorist David Kopenawa, who points out that for traditional populations, extractivism and illness have always gone hand in hand. The alienating separation that has been fabricated between health and environment allow us to seek external solutions instead of actually thinking of extractivism and the destruction of the environment as the precursor of this. This allows us to think as if diseases were found in human bodies as separate entities of the environment which they inhabit, and that, consequently, the solutions would also be found in a world external to nature. For Kopenawa, the non-existence of the separation between environment and health is based on the understanding that diseased human bodies are synonymous with the destruction of the earth and the excavation of the soil. I just wish that there to be a day where I no longer think about extractivism. In Brumadinho, people are calling for a comprehension of what has happened to them. They want their lives back and the possibility of never having to think about extractivism again. This is what the truly decolonial approach to mental health environment should be able to do. Otherwise, the people of Brumadinho will continue to suffer, while Valley retain its dust presence, while the mountains around them will continue to be raised, the river will continue to be mud, and life will be swallowed up in this catastrophic scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. Is there anybody else sitting in the audience who is due to give a paper in this session? We were supposed to have 7. Okay, we've had 4. I was just informed that despite it not being in the schedule, there actually is tea and coffee and biscuits available from 11 to 11:15. So I assume that would be in the room behind the registration desk, which is where we had, for example, the welcome drinks last night and such. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Please come back with your questions. Don't abandon us. And then we'll have a little over an hour for a question and answer in relation to all 4 papers that were delivered in the first part of this session. So we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Coffee and tea is available behind the registration desk. Thank you. Thanks. That worked well.
Gotta have an extra computer.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. So we have approximately an hour that can be devoted to questions and answers, commentary on the 4 papers. We've had 4 papers that covered a wide geographic range in their exemplifying case studies within India, foci on Odisha and the Sundarbans, across to Brazil, and then also in Indonesia. But despite this geographic range, there have been some common points that have knitted together these papers. We've addressed issues that are in the conference theme relating to marginality and uncertainty, how marginality contributes to differential vulnerability and such. We've had an emphasis upon how the formations of capital and extractivist industry and such contribute to that differential vulnerability and to long-term suffering that extends beyond the immediate context of a disaster. Several papers mentioned the Build Back Better principles that are the foundation of the Sendai framework for disaster response and recovery. And we've discussed some of the problems in that particular framework in trying to actually operationalize it in contexts. And we've looked at the issues in general of the inadequacies of systems-oriented frames of governmentally invoked frames of interpretation and explanation, whether from the social theory that's used in disaster studies or in medicalization as a frame of interpreting, and how these have been inadequate to account for the everyday experience of suffering, uncertainty, and felt vulnerability. So there's a lot that ties together the papers in this opening panel of the conference. We're happy for questions to involve responses by more than one paper giver to particular issues that you feel are important in looking at the anthropological response to disasters. So we'll take questions from the floor or extended comments if you wish. We have the time for that. But we'll also allow members of the panel to ask each other questions, because I'm sure there are also some issues of clarification that people may have. So the floor is open to questions. Would anybody like to start? No one yet? Yeah.
Okay. Greg, thank you very much for your very interesting paper. My first question is to you. I like very much about your critique of resilience to the disaster thinking, that resilience is not working and it just suppresses the political economic structure which is responsible for causing disaster many times. So there are lots of anthropological critiques. I also in the same thinking, but I just add or intrigue this thinking a bit further and ask you that whether we are able to actually reimagine resilience in some other terms or in considering some other components. because you have also mentioned actually the term multiscalar. I like it very much. I also using this phenomenon in my studies, that the women, particularly in Indian Sundarbans, who are coping with this post-disaster crisis through getting the opportunities of two spaces, urban and rural. They are actually commuting to the city and work as domestic help. And also they are just trying to put their another foot on the rural ground, because they want to gather the benefit of governmental schemes. So 2 foot in 2 areas. This, I like to say that it is a multiscalar kind of resilience, and they are just surviving through the years through doing this kind of things. So whether we can rethink the resilience thing again, because anthropologists start critiquing, I myself also critiquing this resilience thing, because political economic structures are totally suppressed and we are not seeing it, that what is actually responsible for it. This is one thing, and second is in context of Indonesia, how there is one term is actually coming to the fore, disaster capitalism. So after tsunami, how the capitalists are gaining using this space of disaster. Is there any observation actually you actually made? This is my question to you. Thank you very much. And then another question, actually, I will just, yeah.
Okay, thanks for the comments and question. Yeah, I think that the tying of resilience to a kind of systems orientation is often a limitation, because although it's not inherent in the term, but the way it's actually been applied, also in ecological studies, I presented a critique of the notion of resilience with relation to ecosystems in a job talk at James Cook University, which involved both the Anthropology Department and the James Cook Center of Excellence for Coral Reef Studies. It didn't go down well. I didn't get the job. You know, it really, the way that the marine scientists were using resilience with regard to the ecosystem, I thought, was not taking account of the way in which coastal Aboriginal communities and such were exercising their agency in creative ways in regard to new contexts of fishing and such, with the extension of protected areas. So you know, it's not just with regard to disaster theory and such. I think the general way in which resilience is used in a lot of scientific approaches needs to be rethought. And what you talk about with the women in the Sundarbans having a foot in the urban system and a foot in the rural system and such is, yeah, that very much resonates with my experience. I actually, my field experiences are not in the city of Palu. I'm not an urban anthropologist. I work in the Lindu Plain, which is in the highlands. But now almost every family in the Lindu Plain has a small house in Palu, which often, though, it's, you know, on the margins, the periphery of the city, often not within the city limits, but just outside. And, you know, their children, you know, first generation going to university will use it for housing, so they don't have to pay dormitory expenses and such. But eventually these houses get built up, and people are spending part of their time in the city, part of their time up, you know, when it's wet rice cultivation season, they're up there. When it's not, they're spending much more time in their city and looking for odd jobs in construction and such. So, you know, again, there's the rural-urban divide it's a very blurry distinction. And yeah, I lost a sister-in-law to the earthquake and tsunami. My wife is from Lindu, and they were down for the Civic Festival. So this need to look at the wider sphere of connections, you know, this nesting of contexts and such in terms of differential vulnerability to disasters and such is absolutely crucial, and one that the systems orientation in which resilience and risk are embedded, I think, often neglects. And you know, that addresses also the issue of multi-scalar, that, you know, people are not just living in one area. People are highly mobile now because of the way that they need to seek livelihoods and such. Palu is on the western side. Gabriella's paper reminded me a lot of what's happening in eastern Sulawesi, which has now become almost entirely devoted to, on the one hand, oil palm cultivation, but also nickel mining, since nickel is such a crucial metal for the transition to electric motors and such. And a lot of what you were talking about in terms of extractivism and its impact to the everyday experience of suffering of local populations, that's exactly what's going on in central Sulawesi, but not in the immediate environs of Palu, where there's not much industrial buildup or extractivism. There's been a little bit of wildcat gold mining, but that actually, they stomped down on that a couple of years before the disaster. So, you know, I appreciate your question, and I hope I've addressed some of the dimensions of what you were querying. Okay, any questions from the floor to any of the paper givers or to the panel as a whole? Yes, please. I think they're going to bring you a microphone.
First, thank you for all the presentations. It was all very interesting. Hearing Gabriele speak, I was wondering how are people mobilizing also after what happened towards the state and the mining company, what they're asking and what they're receiving, and also community strategies to live their lives through the everyday. So if you can speak up a little bit more about what you've seen and what you know about what's happening now, since it's been a few years, I would love to hear that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So as I said, I said briefly, but there's two dimensions to the mobilization of the people that have been affected by this disaster. I think, of course, there are many social movements and people mobilizing themselves. There are like family, how do I say this? Oh my God. Not gatherings, but literally a movement of families that came along. There's movements of anti-mine, anti-dams, o movimento contra as barragens. It's literally against mining dams. That came right after what happened and are also present in the territory. There are the church, which was mainly where I did my field work, and inside a church that is very political about the whole situation. So there's many actors inside the field that are mobilizing towards reparation, justice, finding the bodies of the people who have not been found yet. But on the other hand, you see that this continuous presence of the mining company in the field, in the territory, stops all of these mobilizations to come together. So it's really like they kind of hate each other. So, which is very sad and it's very frustrating because you see that people are kind of wanting the same thing, but even like navigating this in the field work was complicated. So it's really hard. And I think this comes back after, in 2015, there was another dam rupture that happened in the same state, like a few kilometers away from the Brumadinho one. And from that one, I have the impression from talking to people and reading about it that the mobilization and social movements were much more effervescent and had a lot more community and strong. And what people told me is that Vale, the mining company, is the same mining company that caused both disasters, that they learned a lot from that, and they realized that one of the main strategies that they had to do was to keep people from building this communitarian and resistance possibilities. So, because resistance come when people get together. So it's really a strategy, like they put lots of the strategy into place to not let people come together and form more powerful social movements. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay.
Would either of you like to respond to the same issue of community strategies to live out their lives in the wake of disasters in both, say, Odisha and in the Sundarbans? Would you like to respond to the same question in your own context?
Yeah. Thank you very much. There are a lot of stories in Indian Sundarbans actually after the disaster, what happened. That after the cyclone, I am talking about the cyclone, right? In 2009, this is a huge cyclone, and people are devastated from their homeland. And this is the first time actually people show in West Bengal that lots of civil society people just come down there using whatever they have, the resources. And they actually, and this is what I actually explained that because of this proactive role of the civil society, the government is also compelled to do something better actually in comparison with other periods. And as part of this series of movement, civil society activity, in 2009, the left communists actually had to go. Then the new regime came, not only because of this Sundarbans disaster, there are lots of other kinds of series of civil societies actions. Like in Bangladesh, after the Bhola cyclone, the regime changed. So it is not, I can say that the clear correlation between the two things, but there are some impacts of these people's activity, movements, awareness. And after the Ayla cyclones, Sundarbans has changed once for all. Infrastructural development and lots of money came, not only from the central government or state government, from the World Bank, lots of money came. And lots of, now you can see that, what it is called, shelter. When there is a forecast of this cyclone, people can gather in the cyclone shelters. So lots of shelters are there. So Sundarban has changed. But this kind of disaster didn't stop. My question is why? Why it actually didn't stop? What is the reason? What is the structural kind of dynamics are actually operating? What is the role of embankment, which is actually faulty? These other kinds of fisheries, like some kind of other kind of local capitalist development is going on. They capture the shore lands, riverside lands, and start fisheries. So this kind of things actually is merging. Very interesting situation.
I would like to link this to other things, like other concepts, other subjects or discipline. I consider or I answer this from the point of environmental ecology. Okay. Another concept is development and disaster. What we see is that one, at least in India, there is a spurt of disasters from 2005. When you see that one, because Disaster Management Act was enacted from 2005 in India, National Disaster Management Act. From that time, data started, which we started at least collecting the data. When we see that one, the disasters are also increasing. Not just the cyclones, natural and man-made disasters, technological disasters. All these things, you can say whatever they say, it comes under these three heads. Road accidents have increased. Even that is a disaster because you need to link it. You need to emphasize that one. It's a part of development. If we do not plan it well, or if you take any shortcuts, that ends in man-made disasters. What we see is climate change is a man-made disaster. You need to think it broadly, then only the concept is very visible or it can be understood. Because there is a paper in my pipeline. It talks about corruption and disaster, escalation of corruption. Wherever the development is happening, if you take a shortcut because of other reasons, because of any reasons, but that includes corruption also, there could be disasters. Okay. Michael Schumacher talks about small is better. Okay, that means if you bring big dams, big construction, big mansions, that will end up. There is something called carrying capacity of the earth. And earth is fragile. It is not the same everywhere. Why there is seismic zones are there? We need to think about that one. According to that one, we need to plan development. We can't have mansions everywhere. We can't have dams everywhere. It needs to be properly planned. It needs to be properly assessed. There are so many things that we need to use technology, implement that, and then check that one. What will happen if something breaks? Then only things will work out. So many things what we talk about, it can be linked to ecology. I mean, was our habitat the same before 2 decades, 3 decades? No. You can feel that one. The rainy days are erratic. There is flooding. Heat is scorching. You can't go out of this sun after 10 o'clock, after 9 o'clock, you can see. Why it is happening? Because the green cover has eroded. In the name of development, we have destroyed our green cover, the forests, the trees. We have cut down the trees. This is what I said, because it takes minutes. Disaster happens for seconds, but it destroys for years, generations. Same way, if you plant a seed, it takes years to grow. But how much time will it take to cut down the trees? For deforestation, how much time it will take? Matter of months? Just because you are building a national highway, you are building a beautification of airports, you want to have good traffic system, but what are you going to breathe? We are not thinking about that one. We are not compensating the ecological loss. Because that includes, when we say anthropologists, we are also human beings. And what are humans? A component of the habitat. We are just a component of the habitat. There are other living beings, apart from the plants, because we are part of the animal system. There is a plant system also. Then only it can compensate. There should be a balance. When it becomes imbalance, the disaster is happening. The hydrological cycle is lost, broken. Because in our school days, we have learned that one, how the rain happens, where it rains. Okay, but that is not happening because there is nothing to stop the clouds. The tall trees, the green cover, that used to help in our hydrogeological cycle has lost. We don't have this thing. So, environmental has become erratic. Climate has become erratic. That is why we are getting so much of wind, so much of storms, so many cyclones, flooding, because we have broken all the gates. When you say the plant cover, they were protecting us. The ozone layer, they were protecting us. But because of our selfish reasons, we have destroyed our own ecosystem, habitat. That is the reason. Yeah, thank you very much.
Just briefly, in the context of Central Sulawesi, in terms of community strategies to live their lives, one immediate response was the failure of the president to declare it a national disaster, and thus not getting the national funds that were actually needed for reconstruction. And Palu still isn't the same. No love lost for the president, the even greater opposition to the president. Probably Palu has a very strong activist scene. It's been very much involved in the rights, at the forefront of NGOs involved in trying to champion the rights of indigenous peoples. In Indonesia, the term is masyarakat adat, which literally means customary communities, but it's the term that gets translated as indigenous peoples. And those people were, in that activist scene, were largely anti-military, remembering the years of the New Order persecution of activists and such. I think after the military was so involved in the emergency response, there was a greater appreciation of the military, and perhaps more of an accommodation that, yeah, maybe we do need something of the dual function of the military to be reinstated. Something that surprised me, and I suppose I've had a similar change of heart in that regard. In terms more of in kind of family and individual strategies, we've mentioned this phenomenon of people who have 1 foot in the rural village and 1 foot in the city. And of course, among the younger generation, they were the ones who had their feet more often in the city, moving there. And I think, although a lot of villages around Palu were also affected by liquefaction and by the earthquake. Not as bad as within the city itself. And the bright lights of the city have been dimmed by this. And I think a lot of younger people are moving back to spend more time and getting more involved in wet rice agriculture and such. And I can't say that's exclusively due to what happened to Palu in 2018 and its kind of failure to really get back on its feet again, because there certainly are incentivization programs to bring the younger generation back to agriculture. Indonesia is experiencing a crisis. It's just had to import millions of tons of rice from Vietnam and Thailand, and it's expensive for the government. And it wants to try to get back to a greater position of food security. And it's not always doing it, I think, in the right way in terms of large industrialized food estates, but part of it is also to get youth back into smallholder agriculture. And I think part of the response to the Palu earthquake, tsunami, and liquefaction in the areas on the margins of Palu was to facilitate younger people returning to their villages, not seeing their future as totally wedded to the city, and getting back into things like small-scale agriculture as part of their strategies to live out the rest of their lives. Thank you for the question. Any other further questions from the floor? We've still got about 25 minutes. Anybody? Could I ask then a question of Dayabati? I'm interested if you could expand a bit upon the way that they've been developing the coastline in the Sundarbans. In Indonesia, one of the problems has been, especially the coasts of Sulawesi and facing them, the east coasts of Borneo, has been the development of fish ponds and fish and shrimp ponds, which is big business. Because especially, the shrimp tends to get exported to China and Japan. It can be very lucrative, although now with problems of sea level rise and such, you're getting salinification of the ponds, and they're not being able to keep the right saline content, and so its production's declining. But also, because of these disasters and such, there's been an attempt to reconstruct the shrimp ponds and fish ponds to bring back mangrove and such as a kind of bulwark against sea level rise and surges that could occur. So I'm wondering if you could talk a bit more about what's happening in the Sundarbans in that regard. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's really a very good question, actually. I because of the time I didn't explain it. It is a interesting phenomenon which is actually observed both in Bangladesh and a bit in India. India is not that much encouraging stream farming because of many things. In Bangladesh, what I actually explained, paproki, Jason cones, two anthropologists mainly, they actually studied this thing, that how the government is promoting stream farming at the cost of agriculture. How they are trying to envision a very kind of dark future, that we are just going to decay. Bangladesh will not exist after some time. So we should revive Bangladesh through constructing alternative profession, alternative production. What it is? The stream farm. And what is the political, economic reason behind it is that very simple, everybody knows it, that export-oriented business, crores of money actually are getting this big shrimp farmer in Bangladesh, and they are criticizing it. Because they are saying that because of the salinity, agriculture is not viable. Agriculture is not viable. This is one term they are saying in Bangladesh, Sundarban areas. But in India, fortunately, this kind of governmental propaganda doesn't exist. Still, in West Bengal, in this Indian Sundarbans, government is trying to encourage do agriculture. This is another story, how agriculture actually is destructing the forests areas, because this use of what he said, that use of chemicals, use of pesticides, use of some other kinds of things, the forest lands actually, the forest lands and the local ecosystem is dying. So this is another phenomenon. But in India, fisheries are coming up. These fisheries are not that much like corporate. The small fisheries are coming up, and they just obstruct the normal flow of water, because water actually inundated the bank of the river, but this water doesn't retreat because of the unlawful and what I will say, that they don't bother about the proper system of the water flow. They just construct some fisheries. So this is another kind of thing. But the government and the local political party never raises them to do this, to these fisheries, because this is a big money actually also, because the local political party and some other kinds of agents who are active there, they are just taking bribes or some other kinds of favoritism from the local fishermen. So this is also going on. This is also actually destructing the local ecology. But not like Bangladesh. Bangladesh is actually not doing well because of this shrimp farming. So I'm very much look forward to this, compare this Indonesian situation and Sundarban situations. It's very...
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the floor or from fellow panelists? Well, if not, then we'll close the session about 20 minutes early. We've had 4 papers that I think, as I mentioned in my opening comments to the discussion, have had many points of intersection, many points of systematic critique of frameworks that have been used in understanding disasters and in disaster response and such. And I hope that people in the audience will come away with a renewed and intensified appreciation of what anthropology can offer in understanding the phenomena of disasters, of differential vulnerability, of key terms in disaster response, such as resilience and risk and disaster governance, and that this will inform all your future work and teaching, as well as research, in the years to come. So thank you for coming, and we appreciate your presence here. And thank you to all the panel members for a really informative panel.
Thank you. Well done, Greg.
We made it.
Yes.
हले 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 हले
सीधा जाएगा, बता तो रास्ता नहीं पता इसे।